still getting all set up here. All right. Okay, we're a little crooked. Let me go ahead and fix that. Give me a second. All right, let me fix that. It's a little crooked. All right, let me see how that looks. Okay, that looks better. All right, just give me one more second here. I'm still getting everything put together. All right. You guys, oh, I didn't make it big enough. I thought you'd be able to read it. Dang it. Okay. I put like a little blurb on here and I thought it would be helpful, but it's too small. You can't read it. Let's see. All right. Let me pull up the live on my iPad so I can see your comments. Let's see here. And I cannot let the day go. Nope, no volume. 1 second. Okay. All right. I need one more piece of tape. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. I'll put this. Nope. Of course you can't read it. Maybe I can put it here. You can kind of see it. I bet you can't see this timer either. Let me see if I pull the tripod closer. Let's try that. I just feel bad when like you're right up in my face. Okay, let's try that instead. All right. Okay, that's a little better. Okay. Let's angle it this way. Can you see these words? It's too low. There we go. Okay. I thought this would be helpful in case someone comes on at a random time. Okay. And then you can see that. Oh, can you see this timer that we're going to set for 8 hours? We're going to set that for 8 hours because we want to be done with this before 8 hours. Nope, of course you can't see that. Can you see if I put it there? Okay, I guess I'll just periodically show you. I'm trying. I'm sorry. It's not working how I thought it would work. All right. So we are working on the 600 jar opener challenge. Thank you so much for joining me today. Today we are going to be working on bag A. If you didn't get a chance to watch the prep video, what I do is I take all the jar openers and I separate them into these 2-gallon bags so that I only have to work on a certain portion at a time. Last year was the first year we did the bags, and we did 8 bags, so there were 75, I believe, in each one. And this year we are doing 10 bags, so there are 60 in each one. And already I've found it so much easier to work in bags of 60. 75 just makes each step take so much longer. So like so far each step has taken like an hour 30. So it's definitely a lot more manageable. And the times that I am able to do more than one bag, it's nice that I have that extra decision, right? I can choose to do another bag or not do another bag. So these have been cut and pinned. So technically we're not doing them all the way from start to finish, but I needed to do that because I don't count the fabric when I go and I separate it into the bags. I try my best to count, but it's really hard. Like the way that they're stacked, it takes too long. I know the shelf liner is correct. So on February 1st, what I did is I did all 10 bags, step number 1. It took 4.5 hours, but every single bag I touched and I pinned the shelf liner. So I know that there's exactly 60 jar openers in every single bag. So that means that every single bag should take around the same amount of time. So we have 5 steps that we need to do. Can you guys see this? For me, it looks like it's like in the comments. Oh, I'm crooked. Okay, hold on. Is that better? I didn't realize that it wasn't letting me do it sideways. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. This paper is going to take up so much freaking space though. Okay. Anyways, so each step, these are our steps, right? So we already did step 1. We already pinned. It took about 27 minutes per bag. Some bags took 20 minutes. Some bags took 40 minutes. I was watching TV while I was doing it. And hey, guess what? If you're watching TV while you're pinning, it takes longer. So the ones that I focused on, I was able to do in 20 minutes. So our first step is we are going to sew and pin, and this should take about an hour 20, and then tag and trim should take about an hour 30. Turn and pin, I'm not certain, but I'm thinking that's going to take about an hour, and then, or like an hour 30, and then top stitch I think will be an hour because there's 60, right? And I know it doesn't take me 60 seconds to top stitch each one because, so my little brother, he knows how to do a Rubik's Cube, and so we were doing like battles of who could do the thing faster. Like, could he do the Rubik's Cube faster, or could I think it was 6 jar openers because I think it's 6 minutes to do the Rubik's Cube. But whatever it was like how many minutes versus the Rubik's Cube, and he's very fast. So that's the only reason I know that each jar opener takes me less than a minute to top stitch. Okay, so and some disclaimers. It is really, really cold outside. I'm in Pennsylvania, and I was in the shower this morning and the power started flickering. So if we lose power, we are not going to be able to finish this because I'm not going to be able to use the sewing machine if there's no power. So if we lose power, I'll try to finish out what I can. Like the phone is not going to go off because that's just regular internet, right? But if we lose power, I can't finish the sewing machine steps. So we'll see what happens. And then if I'm coughing, I'm fine. I've had a cough for over a year. I normally edit it out of the videos. I've gone to the doctor multiple times and they say nothing's wrong with me. I've had x-rays, I've had tests, so no concerns. I'm fine. And then if there's lots of ambient noise upstairs, outside, I don't have control over those things, so I apologize. I'm hoping that that won't be an issue, but we will see how this goes. All right, so I've got you guys on the phone. My other concern is if this randomly shuts off, it's because my phone died. I'm hoping that that doesn't happen. I have a power bank sitting nearby and my charger. So I'm thinking when I get done with this step, so this step should take about an hour and a half. I should be able to then plug my phone in. Like my phone is fully charged right now, so I don't want to plug it into the charger while it's fully charged and like destroy the battery. But once we finish this step, I should be at like 60% or 50% battery, because that's normally what happens on like an hour-long live. So then I should be able to plug it in and then we should be good. But if the power is draining faster than it can charge, then we're not going to last. So we're going to see how this goes. Each jar opener should take about 8.5 minutes. So I'm estimating that this bag should take 8.5 hours. However, since we already did step 1, it should take 8 hours. So it's 10 o'clock now. My goal is to finish this by 6 o'clock. And or before the sun goes down. And then another challenge that I put in the comment section I posted online is, so like me versus you guys, who is faster? So I'm gonna sew 60 jar openers, and my challenge to you guys is to share this video with your friends and family and see who can purchase 60 patterns, right? So we're gonna see, I have a little meter here. So this morning someone already purchased, I think her name was Karen, already purchased one of the jar opener patterns. They're $5. I have them linked down below. So me versus you guys, who can do 60 faster? I'm gonna put my headphones on because the sewing machine is loud. You should also wear eye protection when you sew, but I'm just a rebel, so I'm not gonna do that. But you should wear ear and eye protection whenever you sew. I also need to change my foot and I need to change my thread. So we're gonna do that. And we need to start our timer. So this timer, I'm going to put an hour 30. So this timer is, I'm gonna do an hour 30 per step and like try and beat the clock. And then that one, wherever I put it, that one, the 8-hour one, which is already going, is going to be like the overall timer. So I don't know what to do. I don't know where to put this where you can see it. You can't see that. Okay. Can you see it now? Nope. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm struggling. This is not working how I envisioned it. Oh my gosh, everything's falling. Can you see it now? Can you see it right there? And you can't see these words. Okay. All right, so when I'm on the sewing machine, I'm just gonna focus on getting the sewing machine step. January and February, up to this point, I've already put 48 hours into this project. Just a little fact. All right. Let's see here. Okay, you should plug your sewing machine in, then it will turn on. That's a, in case you didn't know that. Okay. Well, my headphones are connected to my phone, so that means I don't get to listen to anything on my iPad while I'm doing this. And I can't disconnect it without messing up the live. So, all right. That's okay. There's still noise canceling. And if you are interested in buying a walking foot, I highly recommend buying the walking foot that is the brand of your sewing machine. Do not buy the $20 Amazon knockoff. It is worth the $60 to $80 price tag to buy a name brand walking foot. It makes a big difference. And you're also not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to pull the thread out backwards. But like I said, I'm just a crazy rebel. So, oh, the thread's over here. That's not the one I was using. I know I didn't finish it. I don't know. Oh, it's right here. Wait, what am I doing? I'm crazy. This is not the one that was on here, right? Wasn't white on here? It's okay. I'm just losing my mind. All right. All right. And this video today is not intended to be a tutorial. If you're interested in making a jar opener, I do have the YouTube tutorial linked down below. I also have the digital pattern, and it is $5. It's available in my Etsy shop. Both of those are linked down below. So I'm not necessarily going to be like explaining what I'm doing today because, like I said, I want to make sure that we get these done within the 8 hours. And I've already done those videos. All right. Let's see here. All right, I think we're good. Let me see if you guys. Hello from Blairsville, Georgia. Hello, I am in northeastern PA, so it is very cold and still snowy here. I was sideways. Thank you for letting me know. I am not sure what that character is, but it says this, and then it said hi. Hi. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. I need to move myself. Okay, but the chat thing is right in the way. All right, let me angle the phone down some more. Okay, I think that's better, but of course it messed up the other things that we did. Now this is like obnoxiously large. Okay, this is just not working out how I intended. That's okay. All right. Anyways, we need to get started. I think that's good. I think you guys can see me now. All right. I'll talk to you guys in 45 minutes. What is the audio like when I have the headphones on like this? Like, could you hear the sewing machine or was it like canceling out the sound? And like, can you hear this? Or do you not hear anything? If you're wondering what I'm doing, this is a blade right here, so I'm cutting the threads. And I can't touch the blade with my hands, right? It's like inside the plastic. I can hear you in sewing. Okay, perfect. I forgot to disconnect my headphones from my phone before I started this so that I could use my headphones on my iPad to like listen to music or listen to a book. But because they're connected to the phone and the phone has the live on it, I don't want to like exit out of the app to be able to go into the Bluetooth setting, right, and disconnect it. Although I could probably just pull down the settings and just shut off Bluetooth, and maybe that would work. I don't know. I'm scared to like mess up the live. We can take those off for now. Can you guys hear the music from upstairs? It's like a rap song. All right. It's loud for me. Like I can hear it very loud. And earlier when I was like, if you're looking to buy a walking foot, like definitely invest in a name brand one. Like what happens when you buy the off-brand one is like you end up with like puckering like this. Like see how this one corner is like a little puckered? I mean, I kind of like pushed it out, but let me find one. So like see how this one like gets a little puckered? Every corner ends up like that. Versus like, I mean, it's also like skill and like where you start and making sure it doesn't get caught up, but like it's less likely to happen with a better walking foot. Like when I used to use the Amazon one, all of my corners looked like that, and I would have to like push it out. I mean, like you can fix it, right? And it's not a huge deal because it'll come out when you sew it all together, right? Like it's going to end up going away. It's like not going to be in your final product, but it's definitely frustrating when it happens over and over. And like I thought, okay, that's just how it does it, right? And then when I got the better walking foot, I was like, oh, life doesn't have to be like this. I didn't know. So yeah. It also helps like not starting on the edge. Like you could tell like when I started, I start a little deeper and I go back 3. And when I go back 3, I'm still not even off the fabric. The times when I don't put it in the right spot at the beginning, and I go back 3, that's when it ends up puckering. So it happens every once in a while, but like it shouldn't happen every single jar opener. I've also made thousands of jar openers at this point. This is my 5th year of doing the 500 jar opener or 600 jar opener challenge. So why do I keep saying 500? 600 times 5. So 5 and 6 is 30. And add 2 zeros, so that's 3,000. So just in February's over the past 5 years, I've made 3,000. That is not how many jar openers I've made, because I've made jar openers outside of that. So I've probably made like 4,000. I would say this year or next, I will have probably made 5,000 jar openers is my guess. And the reason I do the 600 jar opener challenge, if you haven't seen my other videos before, is when I first started making these, it was a very random product, and I started making them, and I was at a multi-day show, and every day they sold out. Every single day. I had like 20 or 30 of them, and they sold out every single day. And so every night I would go home and make a bunch more. So like I did not sleep during that show. It was absolutely terrible. I do not do that anymore. Like these days, if there's something that I want to make before a craft show, I'll work on it leading up to the craft show. But the days before the craft show, I do not make any product, because inevitably every single time, whatever it is that you work your back working on all night is never, ever, ever going to be the thing that sells. The only time it has ever happened to me that the thing I made that sold is the jar openers. So to fight that, what I did is the one year when I introduced them, I had sold 400 and something jar openers, 490 something jar openers. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to make 500. And then for some reason I said, no, I'm going to make 600. And so I made 600 jar openers. And I made them in February because it's like a challenge, right? Like it's the shortest month of the year. Like, can I do it? Can I make 600 of them? And then not have to make them again throughout the year, unless like there's a particular thing I have to make. And so I did that, and I posted the content, and you guys loved it. And it also works very well for me because like there's no craft shows in February. Nothing's happening in February. So it's not like I have something else on my plate at this time craft show wise. So I would rather spend my February prepping all these, getting them all ready to go, so that when show season rolls around, I'm not staying up each night trying to make something, because it's not worth it. Like craft shows are draining enough as it is. Like driving there, talking to people all day, setting up, tearing down, doing transactions, like it's absolutely exhausting. So add on top of that, if you're trying to like make products during the time of the show, it's so exhausting. And so like this year, I've said like I don't know what's going to go on with shows this year, if I'm going to have any in the fall. If I end up not having any shows in the fall, I would like to do a second 600 jar opener challenge. Sorry. And last year I bought a ton of shelf liner. So this is all the shelf liner I have left over that I didn't use for the 600 jar opener challenge. So I need to buy 4 more rolls, and then I will have enough for another round of 600, which will be great. Because then that'll allow me, if I'm not going to do the shows that I typically do, because I don't know what's happening with them, I would like to apply, like, crazy ambitious, but there's this market in Pennsylvania called Kristen Kindle Mart. It's in Bethlehem. Bethlehem is like an hour and change from me. So it's like not around the corner, but it's 6 weeks. I think it's Thanksgiving to Christmas. I can't remember if it's Thursday to Sunday or is it Friday to Sunday. I think it might be Friday to Sunday. And you can sign up for the whole season or you can sign up for one weekend. I really don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to do every single weekend. However, it does sound more appealing to go set up at one place and do that versus doing 6 different shows and packing up and tearing down and all the in between. But the amount of customers that come through there, you're going to get wiped out of product. It's going to be a great problem to have. So if I want to try to do that, I need to have lots of product and lots of variety. Like the big thing with my jar openers is not only am I trying to restock what sold the previous year, I'm trying to bring more patterns because people love sifting through my jar openers. I do them like in a layout all along the table with each pattern stacked. I'm not able to like show you a picture in this, but like if you go into any of my feeds, you'll see it. And so people love like searching for the pattern that they want. And I sort them by categories. So I have like all of the dogs and the cats. Those are my most popular. Dogs and cats are my most popular products. Or yeah, I mean, patterns in any product. And then animal prints would be next. So I have dogs, cats, animals. And then within the animals, I try to sort it by like, okay, these are ocean creatures. These are barnyard creatures. These are jungle creatures. These are flying creatures. Like, it's not perfect, but like I try to like sort them generally so that like if you're someone who's into bees, right, all of like the bee ones are together and you can see what's available. And then I also have a section that's like holidays. And so the vast majority is Christmas and Halloween. The Christmas and Halloween is a hit or miss. Most people don't want holiday prints for the jar openers because they want something that can be in their kitchen year round. So they're not super popular. However, I'll have a random show where it's like everyone's buying Christmas jar openers. So there's no rhyme or reason. And so I just carry them all year because you never know. And then I have all the other holidays represented too. I have Hanukkah, I already said Christmas. Hanukkah, Easter, New Year's. Let's go through the year. New Year's, Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, Easter, 4th of July, Halloween, Hanukkah, Christmas, Thanksgiving. So like those are, I think, like all the types of holidays that I have represented. And I try to at least have like one of each, if not 2 or 3. And then it just depends throughout the year what ends up selling. And like the years when I want to do a lot of craft shows, so when I cut the jar openers, I have 4, right? And so I'll put 2 or 3 into the mix that go to shows, and I will save 1 stack for later so that when I go to my last big show of the year, I have the jar openers that I haven't had since the beginning of the season. And that's kind of how I make new inventory during the year, is that I self-ration, right? Like I pull one of each pattern after I finish the jar openers in February. I pull one of each pattern, set it aside, and it stays at home until my last big show, and then I'll throw it back in the mix. So that's just how I do things. If you are a crafter and your product is something that you can make ahead of time, like obviously there's certain things that you can't make that far in advance, but if you're able to make a portion of it or a whole thing in advance, I highly recommend giving yourself a challenge that suits your business and your product, right? Like figure out how many you sold over the last year or the years before, or do a calculation of like how many you sell on average per show day or per show, and what's your calculation for how much you think you'll sell within the year, and see what that number is. Do you need to make 100 soaps? Do you need to make 12 sheep, like crochet sheep? I don't know. Whatever it is that you make, figure out your number and then give yourself a timeline of when to do it, and do it in the spring or the summer when shows are bad. Don't waste your time sweating in a booth in August and sell one item. Sit at home in the air conditioning and make your product, and then do a bunch of shows in the fall and the winter. And then you won't be like stressed out, and you won't be, I mean, you're going to be stressed out, but you're not going to be stressed out the night before trying to make stuff, you know, like, so that's why I do this. And when I'm cutting, I try to like two birds with one stone. I also am cutting my other two most popular products, which are wine bags and tissue pouches. So those are already cut. So once I finish the jar openers, I can move on to the next thing. And I already have it part of the way done. I do need to cut more because the tissue pouches and the wine bags have secondary patterns. They have a pattern on the outside and a pattern on the inside. So I'll try to pattern match with what I've already cut, but generally it doesn't really work, and it's easier to just cut solids for the insides. But just make as much stuff as you can, if your products allow it, in the off season, so that you're ready to go for the on season. That's my biggest tip. And like someone had asked in the comments of my last video if this was my full-time job. This is not my full-time job. This isn't even my part-time job. This is my third job. My full-time job, I work for a university. I work from home, which I'm very grateful for. So I can then use my commuting time, right? Like the hour that I would spend coming home in the evening, I can take that time and dedicate it towards my Etsy, YouTube sewing. And then my secondary job, because I don't make enough at my full-time job. Right now I am doing deliveries, and the best app as of right now for me is Walmart. So that's doing Walmart and Sam's Club. I also do DoorDash and Uber. I don't like DoorDash because people don't tip all the time. Like, especially where I live, they don't tip. And you're like doing like a $3 order, a $5 order, $7 order. Like, it's so hard to get a double-digit order. And so like you have to do so many of them to hit your goal. And then Uber allows for tip baiting. So the positive about DoorDash is that you get the money that it says. If it says $6, you're getting $6. Uber can tell you that, oh, you're going to get $20 to deliver this McDonald's order. And then you deliver it and the customer takes off all the tip and you don't get it. Some orders, they have an hour to change the tip, and some orders they have 24 hours to change the tip, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. Like, and don't tip bait. Like, if you don't want to tip, don't tip. Or if you want to wait until they deliver it, because I understand there's a lot of bad delivery drivers out there. If you want to wait until they deliver and then add on the tip, all of the apps let you add a tip after. I would rather you do that than take it off. And I have had people take it off. So, yeah, it's not cool. Don't do that. So what I like about the Walmart app is that you're not trying to do $3, $3. Like the lowest that I'll take on Walmart is $10. But like the other day, I had a $50 one that was 3 miles. Granted, I had to go in and shop because that one had like a $20 tip. And Walmart, you could take off the tip within 24 hours too. So, yeah, that's a little scary. But I was like, oh, please don't be tip baiting me. Please don't be tip baiting me. Because it was like an entire grocery cart full, right? It was like, I don't think it was 100 items. I think it was like 75 items. But yeah, but I do that instead of working at like Dunkin' Donuts, which I did that last year. Because I've got too many sporadic plans and craft shows and all this weather. I don't want to be told you have to come in to work this $7 an hour job and there's 3 feet of snow on the ground. I don't feel safe. I'm not doing that, right? So it's not worth the risk. And I can't commit to working every weekend. So I would rather work my ass off 1 weekend a month. So 1 weekend a month, I try to go out and I try to make $1,000 because I have to pay for gas. I have to pay for taxes, and wear and tear on my car, right? So like $1,000 is not $1,000. So I try to make $1,000, and that's about 50 hours. And Walmart is open at 6 a.m. and they close at 11 p.m. So I wake up at 5 a.m. and I am at the store at 6 a.m. when they open Saturday and Sunday. And I also go out Friday night and Monday. So I try to do $1,000 in one weekend. And then I don't do anything for the rest of the month as far as that, right? And that allows me to have a car. Because if I didn't work another job, then I wouldn't be able to have a car. So that allows me my freedom in life. So that's my secondary job. And then my third would be Etsy, YouTube, craft shows. And like in the fall, so I have a Jeep. Don't ever, 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 ever buy a Jeep. I cannot wait to sell my car. There is a part that had to be replaced, and it's a known issue. It's called a PTU. PTU. If you have a Jeep and you don't know what that is, Google it and get it replaced right now. And I don't even have a Jeep. I have a Cherokee, so it's like a fake Jeep. Yeah, so they are back ordered 45 days minimum. My car was in the shop for 3 months. So I had a rental car for 3 months. And this was peak craft show season. So I couldn't just stay at home and not have a car. I had to go to all the craft shows. And then the craft shows were terrible. And so it was really bad. So October to December, every single day, I was either at a craft show or working my full-time job. And then in the evenings, every single day, going out and doing DoorDash, Uber, Walmart. So I could pay for the rental car and I could pay for the repairs to be done. So it was absolutely awful and I hated it. So that's why I could not make any videos, because I didn't have a life. I was never home. And if I was home, I was working or sleeping. So yeah, I haven't touched my sewing machine since whenever that last video I made for you guys of that project panel. I think it was September? Whatever that last video I made, since then, since last week, I have not touched my sewing machine because I haven't had time. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And that's another reason I couldn't get like a regular part-time job is half my shows were in Virginia. So I wasn't even home. I wasn't even in Pennsylvania. So if I had to go work at Kohl's, I'm not driving back 3 hours to go work a $20 shift, you know? So yeah, it's fun being an adult. All right, we are almost done with this step. I can't see how much time is left on that timer. All right. Can you guys hear that music? I feel like it's so loud, but I don't know what you guys can hear. And I'm getting cold. I need to put my sweater on. Sometimes it gets really hot with all the lights on. I have like every single light on. I have there's no like overhead light in this apartment. And so I have like every lamp that's in my apartment in this one room this whole month. So I can see. Like, especially when I was cutting, it was so hard to see when I was cutting. All right. Are you guys reading any books these days? I am, well, I never do something simply, right? I always have to take things to the extreme. So like, I have like 4 books going at a time. I have an audiobook going, a Kindle book on my phone, a Kindle book on my device, and a physical book. and I actually have another physical book that I'm reading with a friend. So I have 5 books going at a time. I like reading audiobooks, especially when I'm working. Like my full-time job, I'm just alone. I'm not like in meetings or anything, so I'm just like looking at the computer and doing my job. And so like listening to the audiobook helps, like, I don't know, the second track of my brain think about that so I can focus on what I'm doing. Because like if I try to just do my job with nothing else, I'm gonna be like squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. Like I can't stay on the task. I will like get so distracted. So I go through, if it's under 8 hours, I'll go through an audiobook a day, because I also can't listen to it at 1 time speed. I listen to it at 2 times speed, sometimes 2.5 speed. So I go through a lot of books. I am a big advocate for Libby. I love Libby. I have like 6 or 8 library cards. Like anytime I see like a friend or family member, I'm like, hey, you got a library card? do you use your Libby? Because like if someone only likes going to the library and they don't use their Libby, you can put their library card in your Libby account and it doesn't impact their physical books. And another thing I really love about Libby is that, I don't know about you, but like I'm really bad about like checking out a book and forgetting to return it. Like I'll just get distracted and I'll forget what time it is, and like I will end up owing money to the library. With Libby, if someone else is waiting for, so you could get like an ebook, audiobook, or a magazine, and if somebody else is waiting, it just goes away. It just goes to the next person, right? Once your loan is up. And if no one else is waiting, you can renew it, but you're never gonna owe money because it just goes back. So it's very good if you're bad about returning library books. In January, if you look up the cost of the full price audiobook on Amazon, like if you bought it on Audible, versus using Libby, so Libby's free, right? I saved over $200 just in January with the amount of books that I read. And I didn't do only audiobooks. I have other books too. So that's only like the Kindle and the audiobooks that I got from the library. So saves me a lot of money and a lot of headache too of not having to remember to go to the library. I love the library. I'm bad about checking out books. So anyways, I need fabric so badly. The person who said, so Heather Curry, I need fabric so badly. Where are you located? Are you in the US? Do you like getting your fabric at the thrift store? Were you a Joann shopper? Have you checked out the Michaels fabric selection? Do you like Hobby Lobby? Are there any smaller sewing shops near you, quilt shops near you that you can get fabric at? I do not have a quilt shop near me. Like the closest quilt shop is like an hour away. There is a Hobby Lobby near me, but I don't like Hobby Lobby. I don't think their selection is good. I don't think their prices are good. And I can't stand that they write everything down on a piece of paper. It's so outdated. Okay, so we're done with that step. Hey, I beat the clock. Look at that. Okay. Where did that piece of paper go? All right. So we started this one at 10:06 and it is 11:19. All right, so math. So that is 1 hour and 13 minutes. So that's actually the fastest I've ever done step 2. So that was 1 hour 13. So now we need to go on to the next step. I'm making myself 1 hour 30. All right, how are we on battery? I think battery's pretty good. All right, I'm gonna take a risk. I'm gonna pull down and see if I can look at my notifications to see if anybody purchased the Etsy pattern. I can't see it on my iPad. I hope it doesn't mess up the live. If anything happens, I'm gonna start a new one, but I really hope it doesn't mess anything up. Okay, I think we're good. It's still there. 0 additional pattern purchases, and it was Sue who ordered pattern this morning. All right, so we need to go on to our next step. I'm gonna write on here where we're at. So step 1 took us, or step 2, I'm sorry, took us 1 hour and 13 minutes. And I think we're okay with the phone battery. I'm gonna wait a little longer before I plug it in. I am gonna step away for a moment and I'll be right back. You like my little sign? I'll be right back. So just give me a moment and then we'll work on the next step. Alrighty, I am back. We are gonna get started on the next step. So we are on to step 3, and we have 6 hours and 39 minutes left on our 8-hour timer. Oh my god, my iPad is already at 57%. This thing is so bad. It is so old. I swear I've done nothing to break my iPad. There's nothing wrong with it. However, it is 10 years old. And I swear that these companies push updates to make your, electronics go bad or not hold charges anymore. Okay. Someone probably said this, but the words are backwards due to the camera view. All right. I can try flipping the camera around. No one said that. Thank you for letting me know. Let me flip the camera around. Let's try that. Why is it crooked now? All right, I think we're good now. I just usually use selfie view so I can see myself and make sure that I'm in frame, but I can see it on the iPad over here. By the way, what do we think of these built puff bars? I am really on the fence. I don't like them straight out of the box. I don't think they're good room temperature. In the fridge, they're all right. The texture is just really weird to me. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if I'm okay with it. We're changing the thread in the foot again. But yeah, in the freezer they're too hard. So like definitely need at least the fridge. This one is the peanut butter one. The s'mores one's pretty good. Oh, what am I doing? Like loosening the needle. If you don't know the last time you cleaned your sewing machine, it's definitely time to clean your sewing machine and give yourself a fresh needle. That is one of the steps that I did when I was prepping for the 600 jar opener challenge. I cleaned my machine and put a new needle on. Come on. This thing not coming off. Oh, duh, because I'm dumb because I had the thing downwards. Hey, plug your sewing machine in, then it will turn on. I did the same thing earlier. Because I unplugged it when I moved it away. Hey, look at that. Electricity is magical. Alright. Okay, we are starting step 2. I'm going to go ahead and put my headphones on. And we're putting tags in. I get my tags from France, I believe is where she's at. I have a bunch of videos about it. I order them on Etsy. toes are cold. I have socks on, but like I can't sit crisscross applesauce when I am sewing because I have to touch the pedal. Alright, let's check to make sure this thing's okay. What's going on? Did the phone die? Oh, crap. Oh, no, it's moving. Okay. Alright, we're good. We're good. Okay. Whew. Alright, any new comments? Perfect. Thank you for changing. Thank you for letting me know about the camera. Can you show one of your tags? Yeah. So I have 2 tags. So my primary tag is this one. So it has my logo and it says visit our Etsy shop and follow online. It has my handle. So this is one, and they're like a satin and they're printed. So then I fold them in half, and so like the done jar opener, it looks like that. And then the other tags that I have just say my name. And so these are for the wine bags and the tissue pouches so that they're not so large so that people don't cut them off. Because there's no point in paying for and taking the time to add these to your products if someone's just going to cut them out. So like the jar openers is not something that like you're going to like tote around and like the tag matters, right? So like I don't see people cutting off the tags. And you can use the tags also as like a way to like hook it on a loop because people like want to put it on their fridge sometimes. But the tissue pouch and the wine bag is not the same dealio. Do you use Teflon foot? I do not use a Teflon foot. I use a walking foot. And I highly recommend a name brand walking foot. You're going to get better results from whatever it is your sewing machine is. Buy their walking foot. I know it's more expensive, but it's a very good investment. You'll use it a lot. Highly recommend. This project, you can do it without a walking foot or without a Teflon foot, but you are going to struggle a bit. You can try and do the newspaper or the tissue paper hack, and that might help. But the walking foot is your best bet. Thank you for changing the view. Okay, I think we are up to date with the comments. Whew. I really hope that the music is not that loud because I'm going to be so disappointed if when this video publishes after the live is done, if I can't get monetized on it because of other people. That's going to drive me nuts. So far, I've only ever had one YouTube video not taken down, but like demonetized for music. And since then I've been very careful, and like people get mad at me for my time lapses that I use the same audio every single time. The reason I do that is so that I know I have the same credit every single time to the music so that it's royalty free, so that it's not going to get demonetized. So we will see what happens. Oh, thank God you can't hear the music. Okay. It's very loud where I'm sitting, so hopefully it's like, are the headphones still on? No. Hopefully it's like the phone is smart enough to like take out the background audio and like it's focusing on my voice and like the sound of my cutting. Fingers crossed. After this step, we're gonna get on the walking pad, and that's gonna drown out any other noise. So so we'll be good. Uh, I am so done with this cold weather and this snow today. Like all week, it's been all right. It's been a high of like 30s, which is like, oh wow, I can actually kind of go outside. Um, Today and tomorrow, we're like in extreme freeze warning, and the temperature is like single digits with a feels like of negative in the teens. And I'm like, really? Like as soon as like I'm able to like have time to go outside during the day, I can't. Because I'm trying to do I don't know if you ever heard of it, but it's 1,000 hours outside. And I don't like being outside. I'm not an outside person. I'm an inside person. So it's very hard for me. I don't like going outside. And in order to like not make it where I have to do everything in the summer, I need to go outside for at least an hour every day in January and February and November and December. And then the next two interior months, 2 hours, and then during the summer, 4. So I'm trying to make it so that I'm balancing it out. Last month I was short 4 hours, so I did 27. So that was pretty good for how much it snowed. But it is just so insanely cold. Like even wearing thermals and outside layers and jacket, scarf, hat, gloves, it's just, oh my god, it's unbearable to be outside for 30 minutes. And then all this snow and ice, like you're trying to go on a walk outside and there's one car lane worth of street, like there's no sidewalks around there, the sidewalks are terrible. There's one car lane worth of street, and then there's a car coming and you have to go on the side of the road and stop moving, and when you stop moving you get cold. So it's just me bitching and moaning, first world problems, but it's very hard to go outside right now, and I don't want to go outside, so it's very very decentivizing. There's no incentive to go outside. There's no enjoyment at all. It's super cold in North Carolina. Yeah, I feel like February is not normally this cold. Like I know sometimes like we'll get snow or like cold in like February, March, but like I feel like it's not been this steady, like absolutely freezing cold. Like I grew up in Virginia, so I'm in Pennsylvania right now, so it's relatively similar climate, right? Like obviously Pennsylvania is going to be a little colder, but like I feel like this year it's just been like really really cold. It's not just wintertime cold, it's like freezing cold. And it's not even that it's actively snowing. Like yesterday it was snowing a little bit, like it dusted. Um but like we haven't gotten a snowfall since, was it last weekend? I think it was last weekend. Um so I don't know, it's definitely crazy. Cuz I've been in Pennsylvania for 2 years. Like this is my third winter, I think. And the last two, we got snow like maybe a handful of times, but this is definitely the worst winter since I've been here. Very interesting playlist. Oh, okay, we don't like that song. We're skipping to the next song. You know what song I had stuck in my head when I was sewing? Because I'm not listening to anything, right? The headphones are just noise canceling. Because they're hooked up to my phone right now and I couldn't disconnect to them. I'm not a big T Swift fan, but that one song, the "Oh Boy," I like I don't want to sing any more of the song and like get the video demonetized, but like you know that song, I had that song stuck in my head, and I don't even know all the words because I don't even know the whole song. But like, I don't know, that one like soundbite part of it. It's like, like that opalite part. Like it's just stuck in my head like over and over and over. So I feel like I'm gonna have to listen to that song after this so I can just like get the sound bug out of my head. You know, I was not a big J Bros fan when I was in high school and middle school and stuff, and like I'm the age group that is like the key demographic, and I didn't really like them growing up. But I was listening to this playlist the other day. I was like, oh, I like this song. Oh, I've heard this song on the radio. I like this song. And like every song was J Bros. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess I like them now. It's like their new music, which I do not think sounds like their old music. I don't think I could ever go to one of their concerts though. Like, I don't know. I feel like some fans are just a little too hardcore for me, and I'm just not into that. Something I started doing last year and I want to do a lot more of is going to book signings. I had so much fun last year going to like book releases and book signings. Like there's all different kinds. Like Barnes and Noble does like midnight book releases, or they'll do like author signings. And then I also went to events where like the author is on stage and like speaking to somebody, and then like you could possibly like see them afterwards and like do a photo op or get a signature or talk to them. Like every event is different. But the coolest thing in my opinion about these different events is it's the cost of the book. So like if you were already gonna buy the chicken book, then and it was $30. When you go to this event, your ticket is $30 and you get the signed book. Like I love that. I love the not like nickeling and diming you and like trying to like get you to buy all these upgrades. Like yes, they have other stuff. Yes, they can try and get you to do upgrades. But like for the thing of what the ticket is, it's the cost of the book. And then other people at the event are like like-minded people, and like you can make friends at the event, and like if you put yourself out there and you talk to people. I went to this one event and there was like a costume contest. There was like trivia. So like it just depends on who has it. Like if you go to like an indie bookstore. Also like I had a book that I pre-ordered last year from an indie bookstore, and like they wanted you to order it from the indie bookstore instead of like a big box store. And the incentive was that you got like this special sticker pack with it. So that was pretty cool. So I'm definitely like, I feel like that's really cool versus like a concert ticket, because like a concert ticket you're not going to get something cheaper than like $100, right? And because there's a lot of things that go behind a concert, but it's really cool. Like you could do like a bunch of book events for $100. Like you could go to like 3 book events for $100, and then you get the book for the rest of your life. Like I love physical things. I am not a minimalist at all. I'm a maximalist, obviously. So the fact that you get to go home with a trophy, you get to go home with an item, and it's typically signed. And I definitely prefer when they are not tip-in pages. But I didn't know that that was a thing before. And it's really cool. And especially that like reading is becoming more popular. I feel like it's like really cool, and like there's a lot more opportunity these days. Like I don't know if this was around when I was like in high school or middle school. I used to read a lot when I was in high school and middle school. Like riding the bus, I had an hour-long bus ride each way, so 1 hour to school, 1 hour home, so 2 hours total. I would read so many books. And then I got my driver's license, and then I started working, and I did not read for many years because I didn't have time to. And then I've worked for the same university for a couple years now, but I changed departments. And like I said, my job, I don't speak to anybody. Like I could go the whole week without even talking to my team. but like I like was having a hard time focusing, and like I tried listening to music and I would like want to sing along to the music, and like I was too distracted. So I like audiobooks, I don't know, it like occupies a like the perfect percentage of my brain where I can listen to it and I know what's happening, but then I can also focus on what I'm doing. And I've never been into audiobooks before. Like I always felt like, oh, like I don't want to do an audiobook. Like I want to read the words. Um, but yeah, so ever since I went over to this other department, I've been reading a lot more books, which is great. And then I also have like physical books, and I have way too many physical books. I like getting them at the thrift store, obviously. I should do a drinking game where you have to take a shot every time I say thrift store. Last month, I was out doing deliveries, and it was a really bad day, and I was really angry. And there was a Goodwill, and I don't typically like Goodwill. Like I feel like it's like really a hit or a miss. I would rather go to like a smaller thrift store, and they had their books 10 for $1, and I was like, oh my god. And one of the series I was collecting, because I like collecting a whole series that's completed and then I can start reading it, was I was collecting the Da Vinci Code series. And I had gotten all 5 of them. And then he came out with a new one. And I was like, well, crap. Okay. And I'm like, I'm not going to buy the new one at the store. Like, I saw it at Sam's Club. I saw it at Walmart. I saw it at the store. And I was like, I'm not going to buy it. I'm going to wait. I'm going to find it. I found it. If I would have just bought that one book, well, full price, it was like 20 or 30 bucks, right? If I would have just bought that one book, I think it was like $1.50 or $2. If I bought 9 more books, it was $1. So I found 9 more books, and I went out of that store with 10 books for $1. So the final book I needed of the series, unless he comes out with another one, was 10 cents. So I was pretty excited about that. But my physical TBR is much too long, as is my sewing project list. Excuse me. The book I just finished last night was Queen of Shadows. I want Throne of Glass to last so long. I'm so excited to be like towards the end of the series, but also I'm like really depressed because like you can only read it the first time once, and I'm gonna tandem read. I think the next 2 are Tower of Dawn and Empire of Shadows. I think are the next 2, but I'm gonna do the tandem read. I have the printout. But after that, there's only 1 more left, and I don't know, like, I want it to last so long, but it's also so good, like, and I didn't really like, ACOTAR. I know, come at me. I didn't really like it. I'll finish the series when the next ones come out. I'll read the rest of them so I know what happens, but, like, I didn't love it. I did not love it. I've not done Crescent City yet. I don't like that not enough of the series is out. I don't know, TV shows and books, like, I would rather a series be done before I start reading it, because I don't want to, like, have to wait for it to come out. Like, right now, I have to wait for the rest of Lightlark to come out. Oh my god, Crown Tide was so freaking good. Like, I haven't, I didn't pre-order the Starlink one, or whatever that next one is, Stargate. I don't know what the word is. Whatever the next Alex Astor one is, I'm just gonna wait for it to come out on Libby. But oh my god, I just want the next Lightlark one to come out, and then Empyrean too. But we still got 2 more for Empyrean, so I don't want to start more series that are not finished. I would rather they be finished. But I love Throne of Glass. I think I was hooked. The first book, I was like, oh my god, I love this so much. And I think Queen of Shadows is the first time SJ Mass that she's like, watery bowels. And I'm like, oh, okay, so this is where all the ACOTAR references are started. Also, the obscene gesture. Like, I don't think she says it in any of the other books. I'm pretty sure that's the first time. And she wrote Assassin's Blade, or I don't think Assassin's Blade was written first. I think Throne of Glass was written first. Like, not Throne of Glass, the series, Throne of Glass, the book. I believe that one was the first one. And the fact that she wrote it when she was like 16 or 17, like, it's just so good. It's so good. I also really love Frida McFadden. Every time I read her books, I'm like, oh, I know what's happening. Oh, I know what's happening. And I'm like, oh my god, I do not know what's happening. Her next one on my TBR is The Tenant. Last month I read The Boyfriend. Oh my god, that is not what I thought was going to happen. Yeah. And then the one with the pregnant woman, what was that one called? The Crash. That was scary. That was scary. So was The Boyfriend. But yeah, I've not read The Housemaid yet. Again, I'm trying to collect all the books from the thrift store before I start reading it. And then I love Lucy Score too, and she's from Pennsylvania. Her books are not on Libby. So you either have to get them, like you have to pay for them, or get them on Kindle Unlimited or Audible. And so I've been trying to get all of hers at the thrift store. I also have a bunch of signed books from her. She went to the bookstore and she signed a bunch of them. And I was like, okay, I'm going to be at that bookstore in like 2 weeks. And I'll just get whatever book is there, what's left over, right? And there were so many. And I was like, oh my god, I have to decide. So then I had to pick which ones I wanted. And it was very stressful. I was hoping that the universe would decide for me. I didn't want too many choices. I would love to be in Wisconsin and get a Geneva Rose book. I love Geneva Rose's books. And she is so funny, and I love her videos. I have a signed Perfect Divorce and Perfect Marriage. That's the one that I pre-ordered. But yeah, I love her books. And last year I went to the Lucy Score, the Story of My Life premiere event thing. And it was like in this small town in PA. And it was awesome. Like, I got a picture with her. It was so much fun. And that book was so good. And the second book is coming out this month, or next month. I was like, oh, awesome. Like, I can't wait till she releases, like, the dates. The one closest to me is in New York City on a Tuesday night at 7 o'clock. And I was like, oh, okay, great. I don't get to go. Like, I'm not taking 2 days off of work or like 2 half days off of work and going to New York City by myself on a Tuesday for a book event. I'm like, no. So I'm bummed that, because I wanted to go to each one that was coming out in the series, because like it's cool, like it's like a really good series already. Like, I love Knock 'em Out. Knock 'em Out and Throne of Glass and Empyrean are probably like my top 3. On my Kindle, I'm reading The Things We Left Unfinished. Things we finished, things we left finished, things we left unfinished. It's something like that by Rebecca Yarros. Oh my god, I already don't like planes and I'm already like paranoid of like dying on a plane, and like how these people meet is they just met and it's the dude's first plane ride and he's going to the boot camp and she's been on a plane before and the plane freaking crashes and I was like, awesome. Didn't know that's what this was about. Cause I'm really bad. I don't read the synopsis. Like I'll just like, oh, I like this author. Okay, I'm gonna read all their books. Or I see like on Instagram, like, oh, if you like this book, you'll like this book. And I just like my TBR is huge. And then whenever Libby gives me my next book, that's my next book. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, this is not helping. I don't like this. But other than that, it's good. And then the physical book I'm reading is Every Breath by Nicholas Sparks. I'm trying to collect every single Nicholas Sparks book. I have quite a few. I'm only missing a handful of them. Last year before, 2 years ago, I got a bunch of them off of Facebook Marketplace. Like this one lady was selling them for like 50 cents each and she had like 10 or 15 of them. So I got a big chunk from her and then like there's a lot of them at the thrift store. So I'm trying to read all of those. And someone dies every time, right? So I'm like, who's gonna die? Who's gonna die? I think the woman's gonna die, is my guess. I think the woman is gonna. Alright. Well, I failed this one. But I think the woman's gonna get pregnant and I think she's gonna die after she gives birth. Or like when the kid's a toddler. That's my guess. Someone always dies. So. He's gonna skip. Yep. This playlist is so weird. I don't understand the correlation between these songs. I know you guys can't hear them, but. Did you guys see that new Alexa commercial? It's for the Super Bowl, but they already released it with Chris Hemsworth. It's supposed to be like making light of the fact that like, oh yeah, AI can and yeah, that's not funny and AI is really bad. So I was like, oh, this makes me not like Chris Hemsworth. Like the fact that he did this commercial for money, I'm like, okay. pattern makes my eyes hurt. Like, that is the hardest one. I don't know if you guys can see the stitches, but like, it is so hard to see the stitches versus the pattern and not cut the stitches. Made my eyeballs hurt. Last one. Okay, that step is done. All right, an hour 34. So I'm not that far past the hour and a half, but it is a little longer. We'll call it an hour 35. All right. Ooh, that's cold. And this is all of the trimmings from 60 jar openers. This is the third bag that I've done this step to. So, this is where we're at so far with the trimmings trash. Alright. So we are going to get up. I'm going to flip you around. I'm going to put my shoes on. And we're going to get on the walking pad. We're going to get some steps in while we do the next step. I need to put my shoes on. If you don't have a pair of inside shoes, I highly recommend getting yourself a pair of cheap tennis shoes that are your inside shoes. Like, I got these ones at Costco. They're like $20, $25. They're actually Pumas. They were on sale. And it like helps your feet and your posture and your back so much. Like, if you're home a lot and you walk around a lot, it's really nice having a pair of shoes that are like only for inside. They're pretty much like your slippers, right? But they're supportive. So my last pair of inside shoes I had for like 2.5, 3 years. They were so blown out on the inside, like it was giving me blisters to wear them, and it hurt so bad. But like the soles of them were perfectly fine because I never wore them outside. I only wore them inside. And only wore them with socks. So, like, they were perfectly clean. They were perfectly fine on the outside. But the inside was, like, torn to shreds. But I also walk a lot. Like, I get my 10,000 steps every day. I've been doing that for over 500 days now. And this year, the goal is 15,000 every day. And so far, I've done it every day this year. And all of November and December. Okay. Here's something else. Oh, I need to plug in the phone and stuff. All right, give me a second to get everything over there. And what else do we need? We need this. We need pens, headphones, timer. Oh, let me write the next thing on that. All right, so step 3 took us an hour 35. All right, just give me a second to readjust everything, and then I'm going to flip you around, and we'll get started on the next step. Just want to make sure I have everything. All right, I will see you in 1 minute. Let me flip everything around. Okay. Give me a second here. Get you guys pulled over here in a minute. My hair up. Okay, let's flip you around. All right. Oh my gosh. I feel like you're gonna be like right next to me, so I'm sorry if this is too close. Oh, my phone is gonna die. Crap. Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to get this plugged in. All right, it is charging. We are at 14%. Okay, so this is a fun game we're playing here. All right, let's see where I'm at in this frame. This delay is annoying. Come on. Maybe it's better if you're looking at me. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, we're not doing that. All right, maybe it's better if I put you guys over here. That might be okay. This is where I work from. So let me move my work stuff. All right, I don't love this angle. Can we move it a little more over? That might be okay. I think this might be good. I think we might be okay in this position. All right, and my iPad's gonna die, so we need to plug this guy in. All right. Put my headphones on. Jar openers. So if I work right here, you guys can see that, right? And then the timer here. I think this is good. I think this is gonna work. Chopstick. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. Let me open the blinds so we've got some more light. Just didn't want to give you guys a peek of what it looks like outside. Okay, I think we are good. All right, my walking pad lets me go to 99 minutes and 60 seconds. So that's an hour 40. So I gotta put my Fitbit in my sock. All right. Oh, I wanted to write down. Okay. Okay, it is. We are on step 4, and it is 1:14. We're gonna start our timer, and on the big timer, we've got 4 hours and 40 something minutes. I can't see the rest of it. Okay, let's get this thing going. Put my headphones on. Ouch. All right, let's go. This is my absolute least favorite part. And it's because it makes my fingers hurt so bad, like doing the same step over and over and over. I should have gotten myself a little basket so I don't drop these. Whatever. This is typically a step that I do either on the walking pad or watching TV. The problem is if I have too many jar openers at this step, doing this motion over and over and over and over and over and over and over hurts so bad. It's like sticking your thumb in and like pulling it out and like trying to poke all the corners is painful when you've done it hundreds of times back to back. So my goal this year is to try to do this in waves. So we're doing some today. We're going to do some tomorrow. And then later this week, next weekend, we're going to do another batch. And then I think we have one more batch towards the end of the month. So hopefully it won't be so bad. It won't be so many back to back to back to back. Yeah, this camera angle's fine. It's honestly the best one for the timer because you can actually see it. Hopefully my phone doesn't die. If this thing ends, I'm sorry. I messed up. I should have plugged in my phone after the last step, like I said I was going to do. Oh, please tell me I did not do these backwards. No. Oh, thank God. I was scared I put the tags in backwards. Because, like, see, I want to make sure they're all facing the same way. Oh, that scared me for a minute. I was like, oh my God, did I mess up? We're good. We're good. That stupid Opalite song. Just that one part is like stuck in my head. If you don't have a walking pad, I highly, 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 highly recommend one. Like if you're trying to get your step goal, if you're trying to get more movement, like it is such an easy way to like be able to move more in the comfort of your own home without the expense of a treadmill, without the weight of a treadmill, without the sound of a treadmill. Like, granted, you can't run on this thing. Like, if I go on the higher speeds on this, like, this is the speed that, like, I typically work at. Like, I can work at this speed. But I'll go faster if I'm just reading or playing on my phone. Where's I going with this? Oh, if I go faster, everything around me starts to shake. So, yeah, you can't run on this thing. But that's fine. That's not the intended purpose. I do want to get either. I'm torn. I wanted to just get one. I don't want to get multiple. I only want to get one. A non-electronic stepping machine. So there's a couple options. There is the traditional stepper machine, which is like the cheapest, most easily accessible, and like literally you're just going like this, and you like change the resistance, and so that way I can like get my steps in, like if I'm going somewhere else, not at home, where I can't take my walking pad with me, or like it's cold or rainy and the place I'm at, I'm not able to go outside, right? Or I can like have it in the bedroom because I don't move this walking pad around. It's a pain to move it. Like it's not impossible. Like a treadmill, like I would say, is almost impossible to move. This is not impossible. It's just a pain. So the option one is a traditional stepper machine. Option two is like a traditional stepper, but it has a twist. So instead of your feet going up, down, up, down, up, down, it's like out. It's like this, like a sideways, like a sideways push, 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 push. And it's like supposed to be like easier like on your knees and your hips and stuff because it's like a more natural movement. Those are a little more expensive and a little harder to find. And then the third option is this like, what is the word for it? A, rolling stepper, a rocking stepper. I think rocking stepper is the word. And it's got kind of like a rocking chair arch to it, and it has like wheels, and so that one you're like rotating side to side, and like, so I don't know which one I want to get, and so that one's the most expensive one. So the range is like $40 to like $100 from the first one I said to that one, and like the last one, like it's newer technology and it's like harder to find. So I don't want all three. I only want to get one. But it would be nice to have an alternative to the walking pad because I don't always want to do the walking pad. And like, if the power went out, how am I going to get my steps in? Like when we had those big storms, my three biggest concerns were one, heat. I don't have a fireplace. I live in an apartment. And like, crap, if the power goes out, I'm going to have to just bundle up and lay in bed. Two, I was worried about my food. I was worried about like the refrigerator and freezer and the food going bad. I moved all of my food into my deep freeze with like the most perishable things like raw meat and dairy and stuff at the very bottom. If the power does go out, according to the internet, the deep freeze can be fine as long as it's not been opened for like 48 hours to 5 days. So we're good with that. Three, I was like, if I lose my 10,000 steps that I've had for over 2 years, I'm going to be livid just because I lost power and it's too cold to go outside and I can't use my walking pad. So I'm like, I've got to get something so that like I have an alternative. Granted, I could stand there and just like spend $0. I could just like move my legs up and down, but and I could like walk in circles. It's not the same, right? Like it's not the same. So I would like a device to help me. Um, but thankfully, none of those situations happen, so it doesn't matter for that scenario. But I'd like to be prepared for next time or any of those alternative things that I said. Um, so, anyways, if you've used any of those things or if you have any opinions, please let me know. I also, something that's important to me is like I want it to be quiet. Like the walking pad is not loud, but it's not quiet. It's definitely got noise to it. Um, so, like if I'm in a meeting at work and I'm walking and I'm not on camera and I speak, people are like, "What is that humming noise? What is that like noise in the background?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm on my walking pad." Which is like not a big deal, but like if I had one of those other things, I could just like randomly stop, or I could like not be making any noise, right? So noise is another thing. Electricity and noise. So I am open to suggestions or alternatives if you know something else that's not one of the things that I listed. Like, because I want it also to be like affordable, well, quote unquote affordable, right? Like less than $100 and lightweight, no electricity, no noise, right? So I could take it with me places if I'm not at home. I wonder if I forgot to put a tag in any of these. That happens sometimes. Sometimes I'll be on this step and I'll be like turning them and I'm like, oh, I didn't put a tag in this one. Which it's not the end of the world. I just go back and seam rip and put it in. It's just annoying because then it holds me back from going on to the next step. I hope my phone is charging. Let me check. 1 second. Yeah, we're good. It's in the green. The iPad is using more power than it's charging. Awesome. What did you guys have for lunch, or what are you going to have for dinner? Before I hopped on this call, I had like lunch for breakfast. Like, I'm not a big breakfast person. Like, I'd rather just eat a meal. When I was in high school, I used to eat burgers for breakfast. So, like, Costco, they sell these cheeseburgers in the freezer, and I would take the cheese off because I don't like cheese, but it came out fine because it's in the freezer. And then you put it in the microwave, right? Because it's already cooked. And I'd take it with me on the bus or my drive to school. And I would eat a burger for breakfast. Um, Anyways, that's to preface it that I like eating food for breakfast, not just like a banana. Um, so I had rice and corn and uh, hard-boiled eggs, and I got this Parmesan crusted tilapia at Sam's Club. Um, I'm not big on fish, but like it's all right. I know tilapia is controversial, but I was like, oh, like it's a different protein, and it was like, because I eat a lot of chicken, um, and it was like $13, I think. It was on sale. It was close to like $1 per serving, right? And I was like, oh, well, that's pretty cool. Like, okay, I could try this other protein. And I like stuff that you could just stick in the air fryer because, like, it's only me. So I don't want to turn on the whole oven or have to cook something from, like, raw, like, on the stove and have all these dishes if I'm just cooking one serving. Like, I would much rather just throw it in the air fryer. So you could just put it in the air fryer and cook it. And I was like, oh, perfect. So I got it. And they're actually really good. I was very impressed. Um, so I had that, and I liked that inside the packaging they were not individually shrink wrapped, so there was not additional plastic packaging. So yeah, I was pretty impressed. Um, the nutritional facts were like, they're all right. The regular tilapia I think was like 90 or 100 calories, and then like 20 grams of protein, and then these ones were, or maybe it was like 15 grams of protein. And then these ones were like 250 was the calories, and the protein was like, was it 16 or 17, something like that. So it's not great, but like not terrible. And it was already done. Like better than eating a Big Mac, you know? So, anyways, that's what I had for breakfast, lunch, brunch before I started the live. I don't know what I'm gonna have for dinner. I might make a pizza. I have a California Pizza Kitchen margarita pizza in the freezer. Oh my god, that is like my favorite frozen pizza. If it had protein, it would be even better. Like the only downside is that there's no protein on it, but it is so good. Like, and I could eat a whole pizza. But it's not that big and it's thin crust, right? Um, I just feel like they're so expensive. Like it's like $7 or $8 for a singular frozen pizza because it's like a name brand pizza. But it's so good. Like it tastes so fresh. And like I have like a pizza stone, so I'll like heat that up in the oven and I'll put the pizza on it. Oh my gosh, so good. What color do you think my pants are? I bought these thinking that they're maroon, but looking in this clip, I feel like they are super purple. Like they're like plum. Sue Lambert said, good morning from... I can't read the rest of it because there's like this little heart thing in the corner and it's blocking whatever the last word is. So I can't read it. But good morning, Sue. Okay, I see there's a comment about my pants. And I can't read all the words, but I can read that it says plum, they look like. That's what I can read from this screen. I agree. They look a lot more purple than red. I mean, it's fine. I still really like them. But it's definitely not the color that I thought that they were. I feel like it's one of those things like when you're at the store, it looks like one color, and then when you get home, it's like, oh, that's not the color I thought it was. Oh, I can see the other comment now from Washington. Hi, Sue. I'm in Pennsylvania, so we are coast to coast. What is the weather like in Washington? Is it cold and rainy, or is it snowy? I know there's a lot of rain in Washington. I should have checked how many steps I was at before I got on here. I think I was at like 5,000 or 6,000. I know I was at like 5 when I got home from the gym this morning. I think I was at like 6. So then this should get the 10, and then I should be at 15. So I should be good after this. Do you guys have any Super Bowl plans? I forgot that this weekend was the Super Bowl. I don't really watch sports. Like I said, I do the deliveries as my part-time. And last month I did a weekend that was for March, so I don't have to go out at all in February. But if there is a day that like there's a lot extra orders and like there's extra incentives, it's like more worth it to go out. And Sundays are already a much better day than Saturday. So I'm debating whether or not I want to go out tomorrow. They haven't dropped any incentives for tomorrow yet. But like if they drop something where it's like do 6 orders and you get 40 extra bucks, then it's worth it. And so yesterday, I'm already ahead with the jar openers, which I'll show you guys when we do the live on Wednesday. I'm ahead. So yesterday, instead of moving on to the next step, I did 2 bags to this step so that this step that I'm doing right now, I can take them with me tomorrow if I choose to go out, and I could still work on my jar openers even though I'm not home. So like that's not what I was supposed to work on Sunday, like per like the chart that I put together of like what I'm going to work on each day. Like that's not what I was supposed to be working on tomorrow. But if I want to go out and try and do orders, if I do pickup orders, then I'll have time to like do this. Like if I had 6 pickup orders, I could do like 10 each time and I could get through a bag. If I have nothing but shopping orders, which is probably what's going to happen because pickup orders are only if someone placed an order ahead of time. The shopping orders are like if someone does like the express delivery, which is what's going to happen tomorrow. Probably the vast majority of the good ones. Then I won't have time because it's like drive to the store, get to the store, go inside, shop the items, check out, load it in the car, drive to the house, drop it off, and then go back and do it again. So there's not really downtime ever. But I don't know. We'll see. But I have a feeling with the temperature and the Super Bowl and Sunday, I think tomorrow is going to be like a cash cow. So it kind of be dumb to not go out. But I don't know. So either I'm doing that or I'm going to stay home and I'm not going to touch the front door and I'm not going outside. I'm going to work on my jar openers and I'm going to read. I might even go wild and crazy and take a bath. I don't know. May even do that R word. Relax. Although I don't really do that word that much. I don't really know what that word means. When I was pulling the links for this video, I was flabbergasted that my jar opener tutorial video has 12,000 views on it. I was like, oh my god, like that's incredible. I am so grateful. I appreciate every view, every share, every like, every comment. It means so much to me. And I would love it if I was able to build this up enough where this could be one of my primary sources of income. But I know that's not going to happen overnight, and that's why I just have to keep trucking along and just doing what I'm doing. Because slow and steady, we're getting there. Last year, the average was about $2 of ad revenue a day, which is solid. Like, that's pretty great. Like, to do like about $60 a month in ad revenue, roughly. When you convert like how long I spend on videos and uploading, it's not that great. But the fact that like I don't have to leave the house and it's pretty much like there's no cost value. Like, what am I trying to say? So like if I go out and I do the deliveries, right? Like I have to spend gas, I have to do wear and tear on my car, right? Like that's the like risk. Or like going to a craft show. It's the time, the effort, the going to the show, the setting up, the gas, the food, if there's a hotel. Like YouTube, it's the time and the effort. Like that's the only opportunity cost. I think that's the word I'm looking for. So I am very humble and very grateful. Welcome, new person. I don't know who's watching, but I can only read part of that comment. I think that last comment says that's not enough to pay the bills. Yeah, it's not enough to pay the bills. That's why I work full time. And I also have the part-time job, which is when I go out and do the deliveries. So that's what puts a roof over my head and allows me to have a car. As of right now, my Etsy, YouTube, Square, pretty much the money just cycles through itself and it makes my hobby free. I get to buy whatever fabric I want when I go to the store, and or whatever new knick-knack or trinket that the sewing world comes out with. I can buy it whenever I want to. And that's pretty much where I'm at right now. I've never paid myself from my business. But I do not put my working money into my business. I have not done that in years. When I first started, like the first year or two, I did have to put money in, but they're two separate bank accounts. I've not had to do that in years. So yes, it's not enough to pay the bills, but it's also not a negative thing. Like it's not pulling me down in any way. And like last winter when all that stuff was happening with my car and I couldn't make any videos because I'd spend a whole evening on a video and get less than 100 views, and that's like $1. I couldn't do that, right? I had to go out and I had to go do DoorDash and Uber and not Instacart. I don't have Instacart. I'm waiting to get approved. Spark. I could make like $100 or $200 in an evening. So I couldn't make any videos. I had to prioritize the things that were going to bring in money. But one day, if I just keep trucking along, and it's all about diversification. So I've got the shows, I've got Etsy. So like the shows is the physical product. Etsy, it's the digital patterns. I don't really sell many items online. I don't even think they're available right now. It doesn't happen enough, and it's just too much of a pain to keep the listings active with like all the patterns that are available. And then my mom has a store, so my products are in her shop. So that's another place that I sell my items. And then YouTube, I make the videos and I get money for every view. And like, I don't know how the lives work while it's live. I don't know how that revenue works. But when I'm done with the live and it goes through its checks and it posts, if people watch it after, then that brings in money as well. I don't make money on Instagram. But anyways, if I'm able to like get a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, all of them could add up to be enough one day. I also have other things that I want to do, but my biggest thing right now is I'm just trying to make sure I'm not relying on one singular source. Okay, on to the next step. I don't know if I've talked about this in a while, but I love using chopsticks to poke out the corners. It's a lot better than using like scissors or a pencil to poke out the corners because you're not necessarily going to like rip through the fabric. It could happen if you're too aggressive, but it works a lot better. And these ones are like, they're not metal, they're not wood. I don't think they're plastic. I think they're like a type of plastic. But they have a very nice resistance isn't the right word, but like I can push enough on them and they're not going to like bend. Like you can see there's not a lot of give. The wood ones sometimes have a little too much give. And like when I try to like scrape it like this on the edges, because I'm trying to like make my corners as perfect as possible. Like when I sewed the corners are perfect, right? They're perfect right angles. So now I need to push out the corners enough so that when I top stitch, the final product has perfect corners. I don't know if that makes sense. In my head, it makes sense. I don't know if I use the right words to explain what I'm trying to convey with the corners and the chopstick, but chopsticks. Did you guys see that video? It's been a lot of videos now. The dude ordered like 2 packs of chopsticks and they just keep sending him chopsticks like every day. And he put all the chopsticks on like his walkway. Like he made like a walkway of chopsticks. It is so funny. I think at this point, I think he's just buying them. I think it's fake, but it is definitely engaging and it is very funny. Welcome, our new people to the live. What have you guys been up to this Saturday? Also, what do you guys think about like a live being this long? Like I've been on live now for what, almost 4 hours now. Like do you like are people coming in and out? Like were you on earlier and then now you're on again? Or are you seeing it right now for the first time? I'm just curious, like what you guys think. Because usually I only do like 30 minutes to an hour, maybe two for a live. And I feel like you either come in or you don't come in, right? Like I feel like people are not like coming and going, but this is like a really long one where I understand like you're gonna come and go. So I'm curious your feedback because I know last year during the like recap of the 600 jar opener, it was requested like, yeah, when you do the day of doing the jar opener from start to finish, like do a live. So do you want me to do this again next year? Do you want me to do it again later this year with a different project? Like I could do a tissue pouch day, I could do a wine bag day, I could do something else. I don't know. Let me know your thoughts on like a super long, no room for editing. I don't have control to make it perfect. Let me know your thoughts. I think that we are going to be out of here in under 8 hours. I know I estimated 8 hours, but I am feeling pretty good about this. I think we might be out of here in 6. I don't know, maybe I'm too cocky, but this is going pretty well. So we will see. I have, it's so annoying that it only shows part of the words. All I can read is, I just, then there's something, you today, so I have been here a while. Can I move this heart thing? It's like the emoji thing. Oh, here we go. I just found you today, so I've been here a while. Hi, thank you so much for joining us. So, you are new to the channel. Oh my gosh, what did I do? I clicked the wrong button. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Thank you for joining us when you didn't know what it was that we were working on. So that's so exciting. I really appreciate you being here and being here for a while. I don't know if you were here when I showed what the jar opener is, but these are what the final jar openers look like. So it's got the fabric and the shelf liner, and they are to open a jar. And I sell them at craft shows or online. I also have a pattern and a tutorial, a YouTube tutorial, so you can make it yourself. But yeah, it's my most popular product, and I make 600 of them every February. This is my 5th year doing this. And it's so that I can restock what's sold the year before and also not stress myself out during craft show season trying to stay up all night every night before the show to make sure I have enough inventory. So I just stress myself out in February, and then I'm good for the rest of the year. So that is the whole concept behind the 600 jar openers. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for being here. It says that there's 7 people, but I know it's only 6 because one is my iPad watching myself, which I'm going to have to shut it off in a minute here because it's draining more power than what it's charging. Maybe if I turn down the brightness. Try that. Oh yeah, the brightness is all the way. Oh, now I can't see the screen. Okay, well, it doesn't work. Let's try a little bit. Maybe right there? Okay, maybe that'll help. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I wish I could get rid of this emoji thing, because then I could read the whole comment. But I like clicked on the comment, and then it made it full screen, and that's how I could read all the words. I didn't know I could do that. So our other friends that are watching, where are you guys located at? I am in northeastern PA. People say NEPA. N-E-P-A. Do you, okay, hold on, let me click on it again. Do you batch sew the wine bags and other stuff you do like the jar openers? I do. I batch sew everything. However, the other items, I'm not as intense as the jar openers. Since the jar openers are my most popular product, and they're very intensive in the fact that like I'm using different color thread, I'm using different feet. Like it's like it takes a lot of effort to make them. Like I really do not like making small batches of jar openers, especially like less than 20, because of how often I have to change the thread and the feet. So that's a big reason why I do it this way. But yes, last year I think I did 200 tissue pouches, and I think I did 100 wine bags. It wasn't like an exact number because when I cut the, and sorry if I'm not repeating myself if you already heard this earlier, but when I cut the jar openers, I also cut the tissue pouches and the wine bags so that like I'm being as efficient as possible. Efficient is my most favorite word in every single aspect of my life. I don't enjoy any aspect of my life not being efficient. So anyways, so I cut all of it at one time. And so then when I went to go do the tissue pouches and the wine bags, I tried to make matches for the interior and exterior with what I already had cut. And also with the wine bags also need straps, which is an additional step. And so like I tried to do the most I could with what I had and then like cut some additional stuff. So I do still have tissue pouches and wine bags that are cut from last year that just didn't find their match. So like I said, I think I did 200 tissue pouches and I think I did 100 wine bags. I want to say that's right. And the big thing that I found at shows, like, people want you to have variety of pattern, not necessarily variety of product. So like I have done better ever since I started focusing on a few items. So like jar openers are my main thing. Jar openers are throughout my entire booth, and I have thousands at this point when I go to a show. I think my inventory is like 2,000. So being able to say like, oh, I like flamingos. And then they go to the animal section, they go to the bird section, and they look for the flamingos, right? So like people like that. Like they're more inclined to buy something because of what's on it than what it is. And people really like the jar openers, or like the feedback that I've heard. People like it as like adult stocking stuffers. They like it as a housewarming gift. They like it because it's like something that almost anyone can use, right? And I do a deal where if you buy one, it's $8, and if you buy three, it's 22. I think my math is right. It's if you buy three, you get $2 off. And so people tend to get three. They get one for themselves and two for someone else. So the combination of like the hunt, like people like the hunt of like finding which one they want, right? And then they like being able to share an item that they also get for themselves, right? I think it makes them like feel good about the like giving and also having something for themselves. So I feel like the combination of that, like it just goes really well. And also it's like it's not a cheap item, like it's not like $2, but it's like a lower price point item. So I feel like that's also what draws people in. And then like the wine bags, I definitely do. Well, I do better in Virginia than Pennsylvania, regardless. But definitely do a lot better with the wine bags in Virginia than Pennsylvania. I think there's just more people who drink wine, I guess. I mean, I'm also from Northern Virginia, which is like wine country. I mean, it's not California, but like for the East Coast, it's wine country, right? So like there's wineries everywhere, and people love wine. So the wine bags do a lot better down there. But ever since I made enough wine bags to like have it where you can like flip through, like you're at the store looking for something, like they do even better. So that's why I do what I do. I feel like that was a really long-winded answer. I don't know if that answered your question, but yes, I do batch sew anything I'm working on. I don't make one of anything unless I'm like testing out and trying to figure out how to do it. And if I'm testing it out and trying to figure out how to do it, I typically do a video about it. Like I'll like show like either I'll do it in real time, like, hey, here's me trying to do this. Here's my idea. Here's my thoughts. Here's the 3 different construction methods I learned from other people, and here's my attempt to put it all together. Or I'll show like, okay, here's the 3 attempts I tried. Here's the 4th attempt. Let's do it together. Or I'll just do a sew and tell, and I'll do like, hey, here's the ones that didn't work. Here's the ones that did work. And so I've done a lot of those, of trying different things, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to bring them to the shows because it's not worth the table space and it's not worth the effort of adding a new product unless I know people are going to really like it. Because in order to bring a new product to the table, I need to have at least 25 or 30 of the item in different patterns, which is a lot of space. but like 50 or 100 is better. So yeah, my end goal with the patterns is like I want to have like hundreds of patterns, like the patterns on Etsy and corresponding tutorials. And earlier, like it's not enough to pay the bills. Yeah, but like if you do it enough times and multiply it, then it will be, right? And I won't have to put in as much work on the tail end, right? Like once I get enough patterns and enough videos, like it's just gonna self propel, right? Like I'm gonna have to continue adding, but like I'm not gonna have to continue adding at the level that I have been adding. Like at this point, if someone stumbles on my channel, I have over 500 videos. I have so much content that like I don't think you could even get through my content in a couple months. Like if you were watching multiple videos a day, right? So like that's the end goal, is like to just have so much content, to have so many patterns available that like there's something for everyone, and that you know it just continuously, each little sale counts. So in the next 5 years, I'd like to have 10,000 followers on YouTube and 100 patterns on Etsy is my 5-year plan. And I think once I get those two numbers, I don't think it's like full-time income, especially like not talking health insurance, but like I feel like that'll definitely be enough side hustle income where maybe my full-time job only needs to be a part-time job, or I don't know. But I feel like if I get to that point, that's going to be the game changer. Those are the numbers where the tides are going to turn. But it's not your subscriber count, it's your views per video. But obviously, if you have more subscribers, you have more people viewing your content, typically. So it's not an exact formula, it's not exact math. That's just my guesstimation based on the information that I have at hand now. I'll do it on time, 39. The person who's left the last couple comments, I think your first name is Teresa based on your username. Teresa, do you sew, or do you craft? Do you sell at shows? Like, what brought you to my channel, or like what intrigued you, or like are you down a similar path? You just asked a question. Do you quilt? I do not quilt. I can't wrap my head around taking a bunch of big pieces of fabric, cutting them into tiny pieces, and then sewing them together to make a bigger piece. It doesn't make sense in my head. So I have a hard time getting behind quilting. I like sewing and I like fabric, but I like the idea of like making functional things. Not that a quilt's not functional, but like to me, I don't feel like it's like an efficient use of my time. You know, like I don't know. I have a hard time doing things for fun. I have a hard time trying to just like do something to do something, and like I can't wrap my head around the time it takes to make a quilt. It doesn't make sense to me, if that makes sense. I think quilts are beautiful. I think that people do an amazing job with them, but I can't personally wrap my head around spending time working on that. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I'm not trying to put down quilters. Like, quilters are amazing. They do a great job. Like, it's incredible. I just can't do it myself. Like, I can't wrap my head around that, if that makes sense. Let's see. You're a quilter. Cool. I have made some placemats, bags, bowl cozies. That's awesome. Do you make them for yourself or for friends and families? Do you sell them? I feel like those three things are like, I see them a lot at craft shows. Like there's a lot of quilters who do those things. That's another reason I can't really see myself doing quilting because it's oversaturated in the craft show space. So like, unless I was quilting for myself for like something that I would keep, I don't see it as a profitable thing. I see sewing, the quilting, the only like profitable way you could do it scaling wise is like if you like were able to sell your quilts for like $1,000 or $500, or like start selling patterns, you know. And funny story about bowl cozies, for the people watching, I don't know how long you guys have been around the channel. I have tried making bowl cozies. I understand how you make it. They're not that complicated to make. I get the steps. However, that project is the bane of my existence. I cannot make a bowl cozy perfectly to save my life. And it's very frustrating. I made some for my mom and she loves them. And I'm like, I am never making these things again. Like, they make me so mad. Like, the fact that I cannot get it perfect, I cannot get the corners perfect, bugs me so bad. So, like, I see them all the time. I cannot make them. They drive me nuts. I've not tried in a couple years. So maybe if I tried it again, I've like learned a lot in my sewing journey, right? So maybe I'd be better off now trying. But a couple years ago when I tried, they made me very, very angry. I lost my job with EMS due to, what is EMS? Is EMS like ambulance? Like a medical? Due to shoulder injuries, so now I just sew. I was thinking about doing a show, but haven't yet. I would say if you're going to do a show, definitely do your research first. Go to shows as a customer and take a look at, one, how many people are there, how many people are walking around. But not only are people there, are they buying things? It doesn't do you any good if a show has thousands of customers and they're just there for a Sunday stroll and they're not opening their wallets. The amount of shows that I have given money to and I just sat there and I did not make anything, but there's customers so many times. So many times. So, you know, I don't know, like, if you have a strong bond with your community, that's another way that you could do well at a show. Like, if you're like, oh, that's Susie, that's John, that's Jennifer. Like, if you know people, that will definitely help you. But also, like, do your research. Because if you're doing like a bunch of like church shows and farmers markets and stuff, I feel like you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays sitting outside with your stuff and maybe only make a couple $100. And I'm not trying to be a pessimist. I'm just trying to be realistic and tell you like what it's like. I don't know what state you're in. Are you the one that says North Carolina? Yeah, okay, you did say North Carolina. I don't know what it's like in North Carolina, but in Pennsylvania, I don't know if it is the like cost of living, standard of living around here, or that people are just more crafty, or maybe that there's more Amish people around here. Like there's not Amish people where I live, but like there's a stronger Amish community in Pennsylvania. But my sewing, I do not do well at Pennsylvania shows. And there's a lot of rude customers that have a lot of rude things to say. And that's just what people are willing to say out loud. Who knows what's in their brain, right? So I don't know what it's like in North Carolina, but if it's the same demographic of people, that's going to work against you as well. So I think it's definitely worth taking some time to look around. I feel like the craft show cycle, like you're kind of like on a 2 or 3 year cycle before it starts to work out, like because you have to like go and figure out whether that's just paying for it and trying, or that's like going and looking as a customer. Like it takes a couple years to figure out what works and what doesn't work. With your booth, I would spend $0, negative $0 on anything for your booth. Do not buy a table, do not buy a tent, do not buy a display, do not buy anything. Spend $0. See what you have at home, see what your friends have, see what your family has, borrow things from people. Maybe you can borrow things from your community, Facebook Marketplace, free cycle. Do not spend any money. If you spend money on stuff at the beginning, I guarantee you that will not be the stuff in your booth 3 or 4 years down the road. You're going to buy something new because you don't know what it is that works for you at that point. And if you spend money on stuff, you're going to most likely end up regretting it. So I think like a big thing is like try to spend the least amount of money possible. It is my biggest tip. Because if you go out and you're like already $1,000 in the hole because you bought a bunch of fabric, bought a bunch of tables, bought a tent, paid for your booth, drove 3 hours, got a hotel, like if you're already that far in the hole, it's going to be that much harder to like get out of that hole. You know what I mean? So my biggest tip is like try and spend the least amount of money for as long as possible. And when you're at shows, look at other people's booths and think like, I don't like that. Or, ooh, I like that. And figure out what it is that you want and what would work best for you. Like for me, a couple years in, I spent like $250 and I bought all new tables. I have 2 by 4 foot tables from Sam's Club. And it was one of the best investments that I ever made. I love the tables so much, and they make such a huge difference. One of the big things I did not like when I went to shows is that people either one have their tables that are just the 6 foot tables and they're too low. And most people at the show don't want to lean over and look at stuff, right? So to get over that, other people then use PVC pipes or the riser things that you get for like loft beds. They use those on the tables. I do not like that. I do not like the fact that it is so unstable and it takes one rowdy kid to come running down the aisle and knock your table and knock everything over. Granted, you and I have fabric, so it's not like it's going to get destroyed. But what happens if you're outside at a show and it happened to have rained, then a kid comes running by, knocks your table like that, and then all your fabric is in the mud? What are you going to do? Like, you know what I mean? So, like, yes, it's not glass. Like, that's definitely better that it's not glass. But I try to think of every worst case possible scenario and how to avoid it. And so, in my case, I feel like it was worth the investment to get my tables that rise enough that I don't have to use any additional piece. They are perfectly stable right on their own because there's no additional piece underneath it. That was something that was very important to me. But spending $250 on tables is crazy. That's a lot. That's a whole show or a whole a day, like a good show, the one whole show day worth of profits for tables, right? Like that's crazy. So, okay, that was super long-winded, but that like I just think it's really important to like wait to figure out what it is that's actually going to work for you. And if you're handy or you have someone in your life that's handy, that's even better. Like if you can make custom stuff and like you can like try and figure out how to like manipulate things to work best for you. Like right now, my wine bag display is 2 PVC pipes that have been cut down and they have chain between them. And then I have like, you know, like if you have like a little kitchen window, little cafe window, and you put fabric and it has like the little clips. So like those little clip things, that's what I have on the PVC pipe. And so that makes the wine bag so you can look through it, right? Because that's what people want. People want to like, oh, which one do I want, right? Like they want to go shopping in your booth. How can you make your booth a shopping experience, right? So that's something that I did not buy in a store. I had to figure out how is it going to work? How is it not going to work? How is the weight going to work? How is the space going to work? You know, and it's not perfect, but I have plans on how to make it even better in the coming years. Um, you should try making them with the rounded corners. Is that for the bowl cozies, I think? I feel like I do need to try again and try to figure out how to do them. I don't want to sell them in my booth, but it would be nice to like not have a project defeat me like that. So I'll have to give that a shot. And then your last comment, medical transport. Okay, okay, yes, that's what I thought. Well, I'm sorry that you lost your job due to your shoulder injuries. I hope the sewing does work out for you. I feel like my words. I feel like you just also have to be realistic. And yes, you need to be optimistic and put yourself out there and try, but also know that like you're not going to go to a $20 church show with 5 $200 quilts and sell all 5 of them and make $1,000. You know what I mean? Like, so I feel like it's just trial and error, figuring out what works for you, and just try to put the least amount of money in on the front end and try to be as creative as possible. Try to make yourself as unique as possible. If the shows that you go to, nobody has bowl cozies, do bowl cozies. If you go to the shows and there's 5 little old women with bowl cozies, you're not going to sell any. There's no point. Don't do it, right? That's another thing that works against me. People are very ageist against me at shows. If I have an older woman in my booth, whether that be my mom or anybody else coming to help me, if there's a woman who's older than me in my booth, people will ignore me and not speak to me and speak to the other woman because they can't believe that I made the items. And then if I'm alone, again, I get so many questions of like, you actually made this? And I'm like, yes, I made every single item here, every single step. I did every single piece. And people, like, they don't get it. Like, I get a lot of like weird looks and comments because I'm too young to be someone who sews. So I don't know your age and I don't know the area that you live in, but that's another thing to consider is that the little old ladies might outsell you because that's what people have in their brain as someone who sews. And so they do very well at shows. I love, let me click it open. I love to watch Tiffany's Quilting Life on YouTube. She has great tutorial for bowl cozy. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Let me take a, how do I take a screenshot? I don't know how to take a screenshot on the iPad. I don't want to mess something up. Oh, hey, we're getting positive percentage. We're on 23%. Now we're at 24. I will have to check out that tutorial. I've not heard of that channel before. But like I said, I don't watch a lot of quilting tutorials. I do watch quilting tutorials. I like watching all sorts of tutorials because you never know what you don't know. So like my jar openers. You may never ever want to make a jar opener. But then you may see something that I do and you're like, oh shit, like that's a smart idea. I want to do that. Or I didn't know that that was something that you could do. Like, I don't know, maybe you like that I use the chopstick. And it's not like directly relevant based on the video, but you may still learn something, right? So, like Jordan Fabrics, right there in like Missouri or something like that, something in the Midwest. Excuse me. I love watching their videos. I think she's like very well spoken. I feel like her tutorials are like a really good pace because like I also like I'm very I don't think quick-minded is the right word, but like let's go, let's get to the point, come on. Like I like to watch things fast, so I like her videos because like I feel like she like gets to the point and she shows you. And then I think it's so like community driven that they do like a giveaway every video. Like that is so incredible, and I can't imagine like on their end the work that goes into like doing that. Granted, I know that like it's marketing and it's for engagement, but like they don't have to do that. Like that's still incredible that they give away a quilt at the end of every video. So I think that's so awesome. Um, so anyways, like that's one of the channels that I like. Um, yeah. Uh, she makes bags, table runners, bowl cozies, but she's also a fabulous quilter. That's awesome. I'm trying to read the last one. She Oh, I think I might know. Is she like younger and she's blonde? I think I might know who you're talking about. And her husband like posted the video like, oh, she passed away, and it was like a couple months ago, like end of last year. I think I might know who you're talking about. I think I did see that. I've not seen the video you're talking about, but I think I do know the channel you're talking about. She does have good videos. If it's, I mean, I'm sure the person that you're talking about as well, if it's not the same person, but Donna passed. Okay, I'm confused now because I thought you said it's Tiffany. All right, maybe we're talking about two different people. But that is something that's cool about YouTube, is that like, you know, when you're not here anymore, the fact that your knowledge and your gift that you wanted to share with the world can continue to be shared. Like that's so awesome. But that's really sad that she passed away. Uh-oh, we got 18 minutes. Let's see if we can beat the timer. Donna Jordan is the one that passed. Wait, are you talking about like the Jordan quilts people? Like Donna Jordan? Like, is that who you're talking about? Like, she passed away? Tiffany is the quilter? I must have not watched their videos in a while. If I didn't know that. That's sad. I really loved her content. Wait, I do love her content. She was like so engaging, and I love the videos. Like her husband's the cameraman, right? And like, oh, that makes me so sad. So Tiffany, the one who did the video, still around. Oh, that makes me sad. Oh, now I want to watch one of her videos after I get off this live. I'm gonna cry. That's sad. I want to do like a Midwest fabric tour, like go to like Missouri Star Quilt Co. and go to the Jordan Fabrics. There's a couple other ones out there. Like I feel like there's a lot of good like fabric shops out in the Midwest. And it would be cool to do like a trip and like get to go to all of them. And like the people who have like created internet personas, right? Like personalities. It's cool to like get to meet them. Like they're not celebrities, but they kind of are, you know? Like, and that makes me sad that like if I went there, like I wouldn't be able to meet her. So the girl I'm thinking of then is somebody else. She's younger. She's like maybe like 40s ish. Um, uh, blonde, white lady, and she passed away last year. And she had like a lot of sewing videos, and they were really good. And like her husband posted a video. I think she had cancer, and that's who I was thinking of. That's who I thought you were saying the Tiffany person was, but I don't think it's the same person. Donna's husband is still making some of the videos and repost some of her old videos as well. That's nice that he's still like posting stuff. I hope he keeps the shop open. But I also know it's probably really hard because it's like what they did together. And it didn't seem like they had a lot of employees. I don't know. Based on the videos, it just seemed like it was like mostly just the two of them. Oh, you have met Tiffany. That's awesome. She's from Arizona. There's a town in Pennsylvania called Jim Thorpe. I love going there. It's so beautiful. It's about like an hour and change from me. So I don't get to go there often. But there's this shop, and it's called the Silly Goose. And the guy who owns it makes the funniest videos. And the last time I was in Jim Thorpe, I went for 4th of July last year. I had been in the store before, but I was like, oh my god, I want to go in the store, and I really hope he's working. Like, I would love to meet him, like, get a photo with him. And he was not working. And I was so disappointed. I was like, oh man, like, I wanted to meet him. I saw this video. Uh, this girl on Instagram, I don't know what she's famous for, but like she's famous for something. Um, and she was out and about. It was like at a marathon or something. And these girls were like, "Hey, will you take our picture? Take a picture for us?" And she's like, "Yeah." And so then she like goes and she gets in the photo with them and takes the photo. And then like the video that I'm watching is like she's like, I realized afterwards that they wanted me to take their photo. They didn't want a photo with me. I was like, oof, awkward. Uh, I've never had someone ask to take a photo with me. I have met people from YouTube. I've had like 2 or 3 people come up to me at a craft show, and obviously I only know if you say something to me. And I've had them tell me like, "Oh, like I'm a subscriber. I've watched your videos. Like that's why I'm here today. Like I wanted to meet you." And it was really cool. And actually at uh, Dulles last year, the girl next to me, like I always try and make friends with my neighbors, or at least be friendly with my neighbors. And she was like, "Wait a minute, are you the one that posted the pros and cons, like the recap of a previous year here?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Oh my God, I was watching your videos last night." She's like, "Thank you so much for posting. Like, you were the only one that I could find content that like was talking about whether the show was worth it or not." And it was such like an incredible moment for me. And like, even though the show was not great, like that interaction, like absolutely made my day. And like, because I don't know if my content, like I don't think my content is world changing, right? Like it's not gonna make world peace or something, but like if my content can make somebody else's life a little brighter, a little better, a little easier, that they learn something and like it helped them in some way, that's so awesome. And like I said, I don't know unless someone says something, unless they like comment or speak to me in person. And like the fact that she told me that, like it could have happened to somebody else, but like she's the only one who's ever said that to me. And that really meant a whole lot to me. It was like really like I'm doing the right thing kind of moment. Woohoo, we got 8 people here. Welcome everybody. Have you guys been in and out of the live all day, or are you here for the first time? Are you new to the channel, or have you been around for a minute? Do you know what we're working on? We're almost done with this step, and we're gonna hop back over on the sewing machine in a minute here. Oh, I'm gonna beat this. 9 minutes. I've got like 3 left. So that means we're at like an hour 20. Oh my gosh. Done. Okay, so that step, so an hour 20 minus 8, or sorry, an hour 30 minus 8, so that was like an hour 12, right? 22? Hour 22? Um, it is so 114 to 237. The walking pad's at 82 minutes. Yeah, hour 22, because 82, so 60. Yep. One. I am not great at math in my head. I love numbers. I'm a numbers person, but like I don't like numbers in my brain. I like numbers on a calculator or in Excel. I love Excel. Excel is my jam. Okay. you're going to stay on the walking pad until it finishes because we've only got 16 minutes left, so that when I get done with this live, I can go rot in bed for the rest of the day. So if you have anything you guys want to talk about, throw it in the comments. We're going to run out this timer. This is going well. We still have 3 hours and 20-something minutes left on the big timer, and we only have one step left. We just need to top stitch all of these guys. And like I said, it doesn't take me a minute per, and there's 60 of them. So it shouldn't take more than an hour to do the last step. So we are definitely going to accomplish this in under 8 hours. I think we're going to accomplish it in under 6. So yeah, I'm pretty impressed. I thought today was going to be harder than what it was. Like, it's definitely not simple to like sit there and sew for so long, but that's why I like got up each time and like walk around for a bit, and then like doing the walking pad, like just like trying to have a change of scenery for like my legs, my neck, my shoulders, like, because I'll just like get tunnel vision and not move, especially like when I'm cutting. My legs will like lock because I've not moved for a couple hours, and it's really bad. So like that's another reason why I do the bags, is so that like I'm forced to stop and take a break, and I'm bad at taking breaks. So anyways, but this is going very well. And we are going up in percentage on the iPad, and I'm assuming the phone, we've got more charge on it now. So we were at like 4 hours when the phone was almost dead. So that's good to know that I could do like a solid 4-hour live on one phone battery. Because like the spot that I had the tripod before, the extension cord or the surge protector doesn't reach over there, so I wouldn't be able to charge my phone over there because my cable's not long enough. So it's okay. I've never tried to do one that's this long before. Okay, so that one was an hour 22. 1 hour 22 minutes. So this is what our chart is looking like now. I don't know if that's moving too much if you're not able to read it. Oh, I also didn't check if we've had any additional pattern sales, because like I said, this is a speed race between myself and you guys. Whether I can make 60 jar openers or not faster than you guys can purchase 60 digital patterns. They are available in my Etsy shop. They're only $5. And the link is in the doobly-doo description. And we have gone through 2 bobbins so far. I should have wrote it down when it happened. I think we've gone through 2 whites and a tan. I think we went through 2 whites and a tan. 1, 2, 1. So far on this project, I've gone through 8 bobbins. I like keeping track of this kind of stuff because it helps me for next year. Like every year that I do this, I get more efficient and better at prepping and like making sure that February goes flawlessly. And like the bobbins, I don't want to have to sit there and wind a bobbin every time I run out. So having them all prepped, like I prepped 35 bobbins, and that should be more than enough than what I need If I have to make like one or two, like it's not the end of the world, but I would rather be over prepared than under. So I like having all these data points. I also think this year is the year that I've had the most variety of patterns. I need to go back and look at other years of how many patterns I've had each year, but I think this year we have the biggest variety of patterns, which is very exciting. Welcome our new friends to the chat. We are running out the timer over here on the walking pad, and then we are going to go back to the sewing machine, and we are on the final step for our jar openers. We just need a top stitch. All right, I'm not going to make you guys go to 99 minutes and 60 seconds. We're just going to stop at 90. So we've got 15 more seconds. And then we are going to rotate over to the sewing machine. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. Give me a minute here to rotate everything over, and I'm going to flip the camera back around, and then we're going to do the final step. So just give me a moment to do all of that. So I'm going to put my, be right back, and we beat the clock. All right, step. Be right back. Maybe I'll put it here. Be right back. You see that there? Come on. All right, I will be right back. Just give me a second to flip everything back over. Give me a second. Alrighty, let's unplug this guy. Oh, we got a full charge. All right. I don't want to get caught up in cords here. Flip around. I think this is where you were before. All right. All right, I think we're good. Okay, let me grab everything. All right, let me finish getting everything all set up. Oh, man down. Okay. Your Etsy shop says it's not open. I don't understand why it would say that. I mean, someone purchased a pattern this morning, so it should be working. I can't look at it on my iPad, so I don't have a way to check on it until I get done with the live, but I will take a look when I get done with the live. Is that from trying the link that I have in the description? It's saying that it's not available? Yes, you can't hear me. There's a yes, but I think the yes is to the Etsy shop question. Okay, for the Etsy shop question, do you mind trying to look it up manually? Like if you type in "so sustainable" in Etsy and hit like shops with that name, is it still not showing up? Like, is my link just wrong? Did I post the wrong link? It doesn't really make sense because I grabbed that link from Etsy last night. Like I went onto Etsy like a customer would, and that's where I grabbed the link from. So it's weird. I can. Oh, hold on. I can hear you just fine. Okay, perfect. All right, we need to switch threads and feet again. Oh, I unplugged my sewing machine when I plugged my phone in. Where'd my pair of little scissors go? Okay, need that. All right. Switch bobbin. All right, where's my tan bobbin? Or thread. Okay, let me try and look at this situation real quick with the Etsy. Give me 1 second here. Let's see. I can hear you. I went through. It went through. Let me throw a new link in the chat in case. What the heck just happened? Okay, in case there's something wrong with the link that I shared. All right, let me. Come on. What the heck? Etsy. So sustainable. So sustainable. Yeah, I don't know. When I pull up So Sustainable on Etsy, it's working just fine for me. Let me share this link. Maybe there's something wrong with the link that I shared. But it says that's working. Oh my god, the packaging on this thing is so stupid. Alright. Alright, copy. Let's go back to the live. Come on. Alright, go to the chat. Paste. Send. Okay. That should work. Okay, final stretch. We are putting a timer for 1 hour this time instead of an hour and a half. Are we good? Position there. I think that's good. Excuse me. All right, we got our pig. I think that's a good spot. Ouch! For the sewing machine. My scissors. Okay, I think we are good. I will talk to you guys in 1 hour. Okie dokie. Well, we're gonna have a fun time today. The needle just like fell out and broke. Okay, so this is probably gonna take a little more than an hour since I'm gonna have to put a new needle in. That just happened. It didn't break, so that's great. Because it's really a pain when it breaks. I have this like medicine container. I can put the bad needle in. I knew something was weird when it started stitching. I could feel it. It is okay. That is why we have extra needles. Alrighty, let's seam rip what we did. Because these stitches are very important. These are the stitches that everybody's going to see. So we want them as beautiful as possible. Can't believe we got this far without a sewing hiccup. I'm impressed. Don't you guys just love seam ripping? It is just, oh, a joy. Just my absolute favorite thing. I think it's incredible when you think back to like before sewing machines were invented and like people would make clothes or quilts by hand. Holy moly. I can't even imagine. I was thinking at the beginning of this video, like, it would be interesting to figure out how many stitches are in a jar opener. Like, you know how people do like under over videos? Like, I think like under over 1,000. Like, I wonder how many. Like, it's at least 20. Like, I counted when it went across. So, like, if this is 20, like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and then again 14, 16, 18, 20. So it's at least 200. So maybe over under 500. So maybe it's like 400 stitches. Maybe. I don't know. Let me pin this again. Alrighty. Well, let's try this again. Maybe this time we could. Okay, maybe if we put the thread through the needle, that would be a great idea. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we're gonna put the thread through the needle. All right. We're gonna use our pig. Alrighty. Action, take two. Hey, the needle's straight. Imagine that. All right, let's try this again. Dang it. All right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I didn't look at the time when the needle broke, but I'm assuming the needle breaking took about 10 minutes, and that's why I'm behind. So let's finish this up. I think this segment's gonna take um uh um I think this segment's gonna take an hour 10. Okay, let me finish this up. Last one. And that's the last one. All right. 406. Oof. Crap, that's cold. So literally an hour 10. Exactly. On the dot. It's almost like I know my math. Ugh. Comments since we started recording. Oh, I'm so cold. I need to put my sweater on. Hold on. You should see the mess of threads on the floor. Sometimes I'll put the threads like in a little container or something, but I don't like it when the threads are all over me. I don't want to take the threads throughout the house. Like, I want to make sure they're all in one place. So I'd rather just throw them all on the floor and then afterwards come by with the Dyson and just vacuum them all up. Alright. Our last piece. 2:56 to 4:06, so exactly an hour 10. If that stupid needle hadn't broken. Alright. Hello from Butler, PA. Stop to watch a little. I find someone watching sew can be very soothing. Thank you, Sandy. Do you increase your stitch length for a top stitch? I do change my stitch length throughout this project. If you'd like to know all the different stitch lengths, I do have them written in my pattern, and it's $5. The link is in the description. And then there's also the link to my Etsy shop a couple comments up. Alright, so how long did this take? Whew, fingers are cold. Alright, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, so 4 whole hours, and then the minutes. Let's pull up a handy dandy calculator. Ain't nobody got time for this. And I'm gonna do it wrong if I try and do it. Alright. Where's just a calculator? It's so dumb that there's no calculator app on the iPad. That is not what I want. I don't want a time calculator. I just want a calculator. Thank you. Okay. So let's add up all the minutes. We've got 27 plus, and see if you can do the math in your head better than the calculator. Okay, so we've got 27, we've got 13, 35, 22, and 10. So that's 27, 13, 35, 22, and 10. The answer is 107. So 107. So then if we minus, oh, my bad, go back. What is it doing? Okay, 107 minus, oh my God. minus, what the heck? 107 minus 60 equals 47. So plus 1, so it's 5 hours and 47 minutes. How was I so wrong in the calculation? 5 hours and 47 minutes. So if we do 60 times 5, that's 300 plus, oh my god, answer plus 47. Okay, so 347 minutes divided by 60 jar openers. Oh my freaking god. This calculator's so dumb. This divided by, what in the world is this thing doing? Okay, 347 divided by 60. 5 minutes? Well, duh. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I did this before. I didn't need to multiply it by 60 because it's already 60 because of the minutes. Okay. 5.5 minutes per jar opener. Like, there's no way that I'm that much faster than last year. Like, how am I 3 minutes faster per jar opener than last year? Like, was I that bad last year? Was I that slow? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so last year it took me 83 hours total. I did about 3 hours per day. It was 4,980 minutes total. Divided by 600 jar openers is 8.3 minutes per. And I know last year I didn't count in the cutting time. Did I? 2024 I counted in, but this number's not 2024, right? These numbers should be from last year, from 2025. Day 1 prep, fabric. I'm quite certain that I did not include cutting time. I don't know, like, that's awesome if I'm that much faster, but, like, that doesn't make sense that I would, like, get that much faster. Unless it's, like, the fatigue of having to do so many at a time, and maybe I'm faster because I'm doing less. I don't know, it doesn't make sense that it would be such a gap. Like, ugh, I lost the live, hold on. One second, I gotta pull it back up. I can't see your comments. Hold on. Hold on. Why is it not coming on? Come on. There we go. All right. 5 hours and 47 minutes. Okay, I know that serging took 3 hours and for everything, and ironing took 9 hours. So if that is 3 and 9, so that's 12, right? So 12 divided by 10 bags. 12 hours divided by 10 bags is a little over an hour. So if we, but that still doesn't make sense. If we gave this another hour, if we made it 6 hours and 47 minutes, let's say we're at 7 hours. How am I an hour faster than I was last year? I don't know. I just find it hard to believe that, like, I've improved that dramatically. Unless it's like all of the things that I've done cumulative does make me that much faster. Like, it's a good problem. It's a good problem, but, like, it just doesn't make sense to have that much of a difference. So, anyways, that's a good problem to have. Thank you if you've been here for a bit or if you just came on. I appreciate you being here. Here is all of our final stats. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to sort all of our jar openers. They're so pretty and they're so uniform. I just love it. I love how beautiful they look. So let me go ahead and sort these guys because that'll help me later. And I can show you what patterns we have done. And so this is our first bag that we finished. So on Wednesday, I'm going to do a live at 7:30. This Wednesday, the 11th, it's already scheduled. So you can go ahead and click on that video and hit the little bell and it'll notify you when I go live. But on that video, I'll pull out all of the bags. I'll bring the whole bin over here and I'll show you guys where I'm at on every single bag. Spoiler, this will be the only bag that's completed because the other ones I'm doing assembly line style. So this is the only one that's done right now. But it is very exciting to know that there is a bag that is completed, and I'm feeling like even more optimistic. Like, I wasn't feeling pessimistic about this project, but like I'm feeling even more optimistic that I will get this project done like quicker than I anticipated. Like, as of right now, I have it on the calendar. Like, there's one day that I can't even do anything, and then as of right now, we're gonna finish on February 26th. So will I finish sooner than that? If I can finish this before, if I can be done February 24th so that on the 25th I can edit and post the final video, I will give you guys the 600 jar opener video, the cumulative day-by-day update video in February. So, no promises. I can't guarantee it's going to happen, but if things go this smoothly for the rest of the month, that might be a possibility. That might be a possibility. Alrighty. I'm just trying to pull all the patterns together. I saw this one. Oh, it's there. Okay. I think these guys are singles. I don't think there's multiple of these ones. Okay. Alright, I'm almost done here. Give me another moment. Alright. All sorted. Okay, we can get rid of this guy. Oh, how much time is on the overall timer? We still have an hour 43, people. We did not need 8 hours. What was I thinking? I'm just a speed demon. Alright. Okay. So here is our stack of jar openers. So what we've made today, these guys are our singletons. We have a leaf, flowers, 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 confetti, polka dots, snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Actually, I take it back. This one's just swirls. It looks like snowflakes, but it's just swirls. 2 coffee cups, 3 popsicle, 3 plaid, chevron, not chevron, plaid, is that the right word? Purple tie-dye, 3. 3 of these fruits, 2 watermelon, 3 flour, 2, I feel like this is like coffee stain. I'm gonna put it next to the coffee. Then we've got the animals. So we've got 1 dog, 3 paw print and flowers, 3 hearts and paw prints, 3 like dog words, 3 bones and paw prints, 3 chickens or roosters, 3 bees, 3 bees and ladybugs, 2 bees and ladybugs that are different, 3 honeycomb, and 3 little chickadees and eggs. So that is our haul for the day. That is what we did. These guys are going to go back in the bag labeled A, and they will stay in there until the end of the month. But that is the batch that we completed today. Is there any more comments? I don't think there are any more comments. Thank you so much for coming along with me today. I really appreciate it. Let me know your feedback. Do you want to do another one of these? Was this too long? Do you want like a 2-hour video? Is an hour max? And then if you're watching this post, once it's already gone up, do you like that it's long and you could just speed it up, or do you just want to watch a portion of it? Let me know. Let me know what you liked and didn't like. Did you like the random ramblings and the yappings? Yeah, let me know what you think. Thank you so much for coming along. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you on Wednesday, and have a good rest of your day.